You call that an MP5? Das ist ein Stück Scheiße. You Americans are very funny, yeah? Oh, you 3D printed that? No way. I'm a developer at HK. I don't think this is okay. Look at this. The way you massacred my boy. It looks a little chunky, yeah? Isn't this already patented or something? I don't know if you're allowed to do this. You're messing with German engineering. Where is the magnets? Hans, I think we have a problem. Ich habe eine MP5, you give a little slap. Ich habe eine MP5, we slap it just like that. Ich habe eine MP5, we have a little fun. Ich habe eine MP5, a 3D printed one.
Listen, I didn't come all this way for you to just be gentle with me, alright? I need you to slap me hard. I need to go into battery, alright? Give it to me. Don't hold back.
Do the HK slap. Tell me that you made this in your living room with just a 3D printer? Yeah. Oh, I still don't quite understand. You mean you just squirted it? What? I squirted it, yeah. I squirted it out of the 3D printer with plastic in my living room, yeah. I'm scared. This could mean anyone could 3D print it into a living room. I think that's the point, yeah. But it's very scary. Well, sometimes the world is a scary place. Slap it with your left, slap it with your right. Slap it in the day and slap it in the night. Slap it like you mean it, slap it like a god. I slap it when I see it, it always gets me hard.
Listen, I didn't come all this way for you to just be gentle with me, alright? I need you to slap me hard. I need to go into battery, alright? Give it to me. Don't hold back.
Do the HK slap.
Yo, what's up, Chapel?
I'm still in microcomputer audio jack bullshit.
Oh yeah.
steals your soul, devouring all your dreams. My hand is firm upon the wheel. I control. I am the demon. This is my fish gun. There are many others like it, but this fish gun is mine. Fish gun, this one is my fish gun. Short stroke, piston, complete the mission. Fish gun, I'm all about my fish gun. Sit here and listen, tell you about my fish gun. Fish gun, this one is my fish gun. Short stroke, piston, complete the mission. Fish gun, I'm all about my fish gun. Sit here and listen, tell you about my fish gun. Open up that toilet bowl, let me check the blowhole. Yup, clear, good to go. Side charge, fish mode, target detection, forward ejection, serve and protection. Gave me a you're just relaxing. Me, I'm tuna maxing. I won't get caught lacking. My fish gun got me blasting. There's a hungry fish in my bag. Feed it only GI mags. High speed, low drag, smooth fish, no snag.
Papa, when I grow up, you think I could have a fish gun just like you?
Well, son, if you work hard, you're a good man. You just might be able to. But until then, let me tell you all about my fish gun. This one is my fish gun. Short stroke, piston, complete the mission. Fish gun, I'm all about my fish gun. Sit here and listen, tell you about my fish gun. Fish gun, this one is my fish gun. Short stroke, piston, complete the mission. Fish gun, I'm all about my fish gun. Sit here and listen, tell you about my fish gun.
If you hate the ATF, we can be friends.
Oh my god, babe, let's 3D print a machine gun together.
Would it be okay to touch it?
Go ahead.
shot. Yeah. Look, we gon' bring the gang out. Yeah. Money in our face now. Check. 45 to his neck, I have him stressed out. Cold hearted, guess that'll teach him to poke his chest out. So much loud, you probably hear us from the next town. Fuck around, you talk to me crazy, we got a mess now. Look at how we do 'em, this ain't even fair. Told you I'm a problem, you been well aware. Gang in this bitch, don't give a fuck about the other side, man. You can't get in my castle, cause this bitch fortified.
Kill shot, I do not miss. Double sticks like a height, sights level to the twins. Get a glimpse of the enemy, ain't letting them exist. Ain't a decorative vet, but reinvented who I'm is. No safety, he the spit, she the print, bullets get the painting. See him hit, leave him with the demons and the angels. The reason is he a risk, we don't need him hanging. I'm barely even aiming, I'm motherfucking danger.
Clutching on my piece, burning still hot. Point blank, that's a motherfucking kill shot. That's a motherfucking kill shot. Kill shot. If you really down to ride, you gon' really have to prove. Couple killers on my side, I say the word, they get shoot. No confusion in my mind, I see the dream and they illusions. I'm in overdrive, you ain't my vibe, I keep it moving. I'm just running through the streets, got a meal that I'm plotting. I'm just getting to this still, if you feel what I'm knocking. Bro, clutching on my piece, burning still hot. Point blank, that's a motherfucking kill shot. That's a motherfucking kill shot.
spacecraft that made it to the immensely frustrating.
Fourth country to land a spacecraft.
This is like absolutely frustrating to me. Like that actually fills me with rage.
Conduct in situ scientific experiments. Okay, so I guess my question would be, what scientific experiments are they collaborating with the US on?
Does the US know about it?
Angry. I did.
They probably put a bean sprout next to a piece of paper in a glass jar, and they waited to see how long it would take to grow.
NASA worked with them.
Or maybe they put some cress in a pot and they played it two sorts of music and saw which one made it grow faster.
NASA gave them guidance on this mission. NASA helped fund this mission. Cool.
They last tried in 2019, but failed due to a last-minute software glitch.
Huh, weird, eh?
Crashed into the lunar surface. Russia apparently...
No,
I didn't even know this.
shitty CGI fucking engine probably shattered out.
Oh my god.
Fucking Indian priest spilled his fucking tikka masala on the server.
Oh my god.
I just got something and it's real special. My heart is pounding. It's pounding for this one thing. And that's not, it comes, we'll have some fun. I'll grab my guns and then I'll go get my knife. It comes, we'll have some fun. I'll grab my guns and then I'll go get my knife. It's dark and it's frightening. At night I will be lighting the way with something worth a lot more than your cars. They're called nuts. I got nuts. I'm flexing on you with my nuts. Oh my gosh. Take a look through these tubes of my nuts. Listen, babe, I know it's real scary at night, and we're out in the woods, and you're hearing some ruffling from behind the bushes, but don't worry, there's no need to be afraid. You know why? Because Daddy's got night vision, okay? You and me, we're meant to be alone at night. The stars so bright, I look at you, you see me through these tubes of mine. Yeah, those are my nuts. When the moon's out, all of my goons out. When the moon's out, I bring my goons out. When the moon's out, all of my goons out. When the moon's out, I bring my goons out. It's dark and it's frightening. At night I will be lighting the way with something worth a lot more than your cars. They're called nuts. I got nuts. I'm flexing on you with my nuts. Oh my gosh. Take a look through
I can see at night now. Yeah, it's a superpower. I'm basically a Navy SEAL, okay?
Oh, hell yeah. Yonder. If I go to another workspace, my stream goes back.
Oh, bummer. Can you go to different tabs?
Well, it's... I wonder if I do always on visible workspace.
Because if you load a different workspace, it effectively dumps all the previous tabs into not memory sort of thing. It only keeps in memory the ones that are on the current workspace, I think.
Yeah, it must be something like that. Well, it works now. I just set it to always on visible workspace, and then I put it in Discord so I can't actually see it. But yeah, now I can switch between workspaces and it's still
Oh, well enough, isn't it? Yeah. See, that would be the place to look, wouldn't it? I must get a case for that line before I accidentally bridge a couple of components or something and fry the whole thing with it just being a loose circuit board sort of thing. I found one on eBay, and unfortunately, when I actually tried to buy it, the guy said, "Oh, sorry, we stopped selling them 2 years ago. We just didn't take them off eBay."
Cool.
Fucking fail. There wasn't actually a lot of things available as cases for the Line SDR. I don't understand why so many of those things don't have a case just by default with all purchases.
I can't believe nobody's bought it in that long. That it was years, and they hadn't taken it out of
It wasn't slightly it wasn't the greatest looking of cases. It looked a bit sort of like whoever did it designed it with not much more than knowing how to design things and not much aesthetic flair, shall we say.
I see.
I mean, it obviously fitted well and stuff like that, but it didn't look very pretty.
Poor man's case, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, and I just thought, fuck it, I don't care, I'm not looking at this I don't want this for pretty. If it's cheap, I'll take it, but... Oh, that was a fail. Must have started making them right when they first came out or something, and then sadly didn't sell for some mysterious reason. I can't imagine why.
There's a mysterious, unknown reason.
I need to stop reading this, or else I'm gonna get myself into a fucking. Cheers.
You're gonna have a really good idea at some point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
High unattractive things in a woman number 3. Types for 10 minutes, 4 words appear on screen.
Oh yeah. That's fun.
What sort of speed connection can you do over this mystery protocol of whatever it is? Are we talking
transfer speeds?
City 56k modem sort of thing, or what sort of level is it?
We're talking about such low transfer speeds that it's mainly just transferring, stop start commands to fucking shit, really. You're not really gonna be fucking sending a command longer than a fucking sentence if you don't want to be fucking shit up.
But this is what they were using to do those credit card stripes.
No, this is
No, this is different. Okay.
Not fully. It's basically just still using a 4-pin
So what was different in them that had a higher data rate then? Were they just screwing it through faster, sort of thing, like higher frequency or whatever?
Sorry, I just had a brain shit. What did you say?
Were they just squirting it through higher frequency to get more data through then, or something?
Not sure. It seems like
you're limited on the bandwidth. You've
company,
only got
right?
2 cables or whatever to send it through, so it can't have been greater bandwidth to send it through. It must be a higher frequency, I can only imagine.
Yeah. They're not really too open with what the fuck they were doing, honestly. That's why I'm digging through all these old fucking
I wonder if
documents
that
and
means
shit.
it accidentally releases a bit of information about Apple's encryption if they release too much data about how they transmitted it. That'd be
Think so.
interesting. I wonder if it is revealing.
It is. I think that's why Apple stopped putting jacks on their phones. I think the
I thought it
removal
was
of
for the
audio jacks.
for the like water. Like, this what I heard. The story was it was. For
I thought it was
the
because that way, if you
waterproof-
don't have a 3.5, you can put on a proprietary connection that you can charge more money for, because you have to buy their fucking headphones or whatever. Which
I feel
seems
like that's
much more
bullshit.
likely when you
Just
think
get rid
about
of a
it.
port that fucking has serial access on every fucking device.
Yeah, when you can improve security and reduce the amount of money that people spend on other people's products.
Because if you got serial communication through the fucking to the audio jack, you pretty much pick apart the iOS device to a T. They probably wanted people to stop picking apart their fucking development.
Oh, it can be like Apple encryption anyway. It can't be harder than AES 256, surely.
Oh, here we go. Security threats on embedded consumer devices.
That's what you're looking for.
What a shame.
Put a link to the site.
That's the meaty one.
Software modification threats, software opportunistic threats. Oh yeah. Terminal intrusion. Okay, yes. We're getting horny. Privileged code and his role in guarding secrets. Okay. Okay. Tools to stop the hacker.
Stop that hacker, Chopper.
These are obviously quite outdated too, like, so they're just gonna be fucking, you know, like, don't be a faggot.
Hey, that one still
That's
works.
exactly right. I'm not interested in buying anything off you. Why, how, when? Because I already have all I want and need because I've got lots of money ever.
Attack through virtual debug port.
Virtual.
Okay, page 31, we're going there.
Hand out free money. I work out if she's an idiot or if she's got some kind of fucking stroke of genius that's actually smarter than me and I haven't figured it yet. I don't know. Bizarre.
Sounds not likely.
I can't figure out what it could possibly be, so yeah, I'm baffled. But then, okay, she's an absolute moron, basically. Or actually somebody else who's really, really bored as well, which is possible. In which case, it's kind of ironic because this is two really poor people thinking of playing the other one.
That I could see. That's comedy of errors that I believe would happen.
Oh, we're starting to beg and we're starting to ask for variously not just money but gift cards and crypto. This is starting to sound more and more desperate. Oh dear, this is beginning to get sad. I'll have like a kind of 50-50 feeling it's going to turn out to be fucking 7 cats to piss about or something like that. Just somebody using a fucking like alt just to wind me up.
Oh my god. I can see that.
In which case the Battle of the Wits is on like a fucking window. I'm not backing down. I can keep going forever. What's the curious sound? A printer?
A weed whacker.
No, that's an indoor thing of some sort. Can't be for whacking weeds. No, it is whacking weeds, yes. Oh, 'tis Rusty, who is not whacking weeds. I wish I could find my fucking dabs where I'd like to whack a weed right now.
There's nothing actually that interesting in this, it's just fucking outlining fucking well-known things.
Hello. Hope everyone's having a good day.
Sometimes.
My poop smells really bad today. Been eating a lot of peanut butter. Smells like death.
What did it smell like going in?
Smell like peanut butter.
That's scary. When the rat man goes to kill the rats, like if he puts up poison, do they like crawl into some random like corner to like bleed to death out their eyes and shit? Do I have to like go around and find all the dead rats, or do they do it outside where they go to die, or do they die in the open? I'm not fucking just having mummified rats lying in corners around the house.
Well, they got the only way that they're gonna mummify is under the right conditions. Usually they're gonna rot. You're gonna smell them.
Well, that's even worse. Rats rotting in random fucking holes in the skirting board.
Sucked in. You know, you're the one with rats in your house, see?
Only 2, and I've called out the rat man immediately.
Oh, I break the... No, you're right.
Well, I'm quite indignant about it, frankly.
So apparently some gaming phones have fucking what I'm looking for too.
Gaming phones have all kinds of crazy, like, hidden shit that's not like immediately accessible on the surface sort of thing, just because they give them everything and don't like make most of it broken out. There's so much shit on those like ARM chips that isn't
It's
just
ROG phones from fucking SUSE, apparently.
some of those ARM Helium Neon chips got crazy fucking stuff on them.
How much are these fucking worth? Tell me, bitch. I'm gonna have to find out for fucking rape it.
If it explodes off and do dirty things to it.
Put Linux on it and fucking crash it 9 times and be like, oh fuck, what happened to my
It's
phone?
Tom Carly and use it as a hacker fucking tool.
Yeah.
Heck, you can run Windows on most of those fucking things now, would have thought. Stripped down to 10 or something.
Yeah.
Not that you necessarily want to, of course, but it's purely on a sort of
$2,000, you fucking kidding me? I guess I'm gonna fucking have sex with a dog on camera and get a new phone.
Do you get the phone as a reward for having sex with the dog, or is it the dog's phone?
Still a phone, yeah.
It's still a phone. Fucking love you, Trevor.
Watch it, he'll be next after dog.
What
Let's
will
see
this
if
man
someone's
stop
managed
at?
to fucking do this. Someone, how to nigger you nigger. There's no way to do. Oh, they shut down the bootloader, did they? Go kill yourself. Fuck off. Right, not that phone then.
Rusty, do you enjoy fishing for cam girls?
Sometimes.
I've got a really entertaining one on the line.
I prefer
fucking
dragnet.
ironically stupid. I've been wasting her time for about 2-3 weeks now.
Oh yeah?
Well, she approached me, so I thought, fuck it. This is fair game.
That is fair game. I
I
agree.
walked into my DMs uninvited, so fuck you then. If you're going to waste my time, I'm going to waste more of your time.
Let's see who has more time to waste, motherfucker.
I seem to be winning the game right now because she's down to begging for gift cards, and I'm sitting here going, "Oh fuck you! I'm not interested. I'm fine, thanks."
That's hilarious.
She's not looking good.
That is funny.
I still smell slightly the scent of possibly an Indian man sitting in an office in New Delhi getting paid 5 cents an hour to like type on the computer though. Like, I kind of want to expose him if that's the case. I want to know.
I think
it's far too like kind of clinging on for dear life kind of scent to this that it doesn't seem like a real cam girl. A real cam girl would know when to give up way sooner. This has got to be. This is the sort of desperation that comes with somebody who's getting paid to be desperate, sort of thing.
See, I think you're just smelling my shit, and you're thinking it's an Indian guy, but no, that's just my poop. It's really bad.
No, this girl was smelling long before you came around.
That was a good joke, though.
Well, oh, we've got a long silence. I might just about have finally sunk the submarine. Maybe that was the last straw. Have I finally won? Can't be.
I'm back.
All of them wrong.
Hello. My dad was telling me about his a court appearance for the like administrative medical board or whatever the fucking thing was, that they were trying to take his license away for medical reasons, like without charging him.
Oh, wait, he was like fighting it, like where it actually ended up in a courtroom to fight it.
Yeah, well, it was like an administrative judge, so he was a real judge, but it wasn't like a real, it wasn't like a trial or anything. But he's like,
There's
yeah,
a lot of money was spent on something that would just be paperwork, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, he had to get a lawyer and everything, and the lawyer, like, knew the judge and everything, and he's like, the lawyer just flat out lied, that he just told this whole story about how he, like, you know, it's like, oh yeah, like, blah blah blah, he's been on modafinil for the last month, and he hasn't had a single incident of falling asleep, and he's gonna get a letter from a doctor, yada yada yada. It's just like, lied through his fucking teeth.
Did he get his license?
What's that?
Did he get to keep his license?
So he has 60 days to produce a doctor's note saying that he's okay to drive. He has 3 different doctors. The first 2 turned him down, the GP and his sleep guy turned him down. So he still has a neurologist that he's gonna try to get to write him that.
Interesting. I love the idea of asking a sleep guy for a note to say you can safe to drive. That's fantastic.
And if none of this works, you can always go to the Falun Gong compound and get them to do it.
They're all doctors.
Yeah, they're doctors.
I'm sure they've probably got lots of lovely letter-headed paper of just the right sort of.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've got a real doctor in there somewhere.
All the paperwork right there.
Probably.
Of course, the chances of coming out again with you going to their headquarters are sort of 50-50.
Why would you want to come out?
I think as long as you talk shit about the Chinese communists and say that you're gonna support these fucking retards, like they'll fucking eat it up.
I don't know. You might have to make some actual donation too, like
I think there's only white people in heaven too, bro.
Well, if you're white, it's quite convincing, really.
Yeah.
It's a lot better.
They actually like white people.
I mean, like, everybody likes white people.
Well, I was just checking.
Indian heaven.
Have you tried plugging it in?
And it's all the way downstairs, and I mean, it's getting standing up and shit, not like walking and standing up and shit. Effort. I'll just run a hose out the window. I reckon I could piss hard enough to get it to go over the
Jesus Christ.
You need tubing.
The problem is, if you get it wrong, it's coming back at you. Gravity's on its side. What do you do when you stand here with a thumb over the end of a hose full of piss while gravity trying to squirt it out? And there's nowhere to point it or where to put it. Just what kind of situation to be in.
Fucking tank it, sip it.
Oh, she's back. Even all good.
Oh, that's gross.
fucking just sink in and be like, how do you like me now? Fucking done. I can take more.
Bring it on! I can take all your crap.
Bring it on!
Fuck yeah, bring it on. I just drank my own fucking piss. Check this out.
I used to do it on a regular for a period of time. I remember the piss drinking days.
Birthday? Is that what you said?
Oh, happy times.
Yeah, classic.
Jesus.
I wonder how many times for the match something actually went round, sort of thing. Because he used to be sitting there drinking piss, continued drinking beers, piss again. I'm sure sometimes it must have gone round a few times in one kind of night.
I would imagine.
Hectic.
Jesus. Ah.
I decided to push it up a notch. Astrophy was really bad at math or something. Oh no, I don't know which one's the active vape juice. That feels heavier. Yeah, it must be this one. Two times in the last week I've typed meth instead of math, both on things that were going to be very public and very not supposed to have meth in them.
Whoops.
I'm sure it's become a sort of Freudian slip that's built into me now.
Probably.
My interests include meth, physics, logic. It's not technically a lie, it's just not what I intended to be putting. Maybe it's a sign I should be more honest or something.
No, I think you're good.
No shit, whoops, oh fuck. No, you not. Whoops, where's my fucking thing gone? I was typing in that. Come back. Motherfucker. Try again. Have you not realized by now, even if I spent hundreds of dollars on you, the earnings per hour invested in me makes it pay something less than minimum wage. It's an ever increasing loss, and you can't recoup now. whether you're a drug dealer, Indian selling some random crap, girl, or whatever, dash either way, you've wasted quite a few hours already.
Need more peanut butter.
Oh, you're a sucker for punishment. I'm gonna put some peanut butter up your nostrils as well.
Don't snort right.
No, I didn't say snort it, I just meant like block just the holes and like near the surface. Use it so like putty. Why are you eating peanut butter in such large amounts anyway? You had a fish or something? Catch me before. Oh no, don't be froze.
Plus twitching that tomahawk is what I need. There we go. Beautiful. We're going with the nightly tool chain. Because we want...
Nightly brave.
Well, I want to use features that aren't allowed on stable.
You know, so like, they're stressing out, it's been a long day, they pushed it in like the last moment just so they can get home. I always have the image of the nightly the worst quality somehow. The more I know errors and shit. It's absolutely nonsensical, but I love this image in my head. You had a nice fresh morning one, the dailies were all good and solid and sound. You find a bug when like searching for bug bounties, and the bug was so good that it could be worth loads, like to sell on Darknet or something. Is it illegal to approach the company first and say how much to tell you about this bug? If they don't pay up, then you go and like sell it on the Darknet rather than just giving it to them, hoping they pay up like a decent amount.
I mean, it's not exactly
the legal.
What if you just say how much for this bug? Because then you're not blackmailing them. You're just saying, I found a thing. Pay if you want, but you don't have to.
I mean, selling it on the dark web is illegal.
Oh, bugger. Rose, do you miss my funny question? I asked if the fishing was going poor, and that's why you were eating peanut butter.
That's all. What? Oh, eating peanut butter. The fishing's non-existent right now. Yeah, like it's
Oh, dear.
shitty weather. Shitty weather.
Isn't there anything you can fish for in the rain?
Well, it's not so much the rain as the 10-foot swells.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like the wind and shit that fucks us up.
Can't you, like, personally just go and fish off a pier or something?
Sir,
can you imagine if they got the ship's crew to go out on the fucking pier with a bunch of fishing rods every time it was too stormy to go out to sea?
Sir, I understand that you just paid us.
Flounder up there, no? Some nice flatfish, maybe?
I understand you just paid us $7,500 to charter this boat, sir, but yeah, sorry, we're gonna go to the fucking pier today.
Well, no, I didn't even take customers. I just meant you get yourself a nice fish to eat. So you don't have to eat peanut butter.
Oh, I got plenty of fish to eat in my freezer. It's just I'm being lazy. I'm tired.
Oh, grim. God, you must
Also
be
got-
a strange person if you're willing to eat peanut butter. Just how lazy as fuck that.
You
I like
could
peanut butter.
saute some fish in the peanut butter.
That actually has some appeal, yeah. Beer batter with
That
peanut
sounds
butter. That is so. You could do some fantastic things if you
Like
got
some
creative.
Thai shit.
That just does not sound appealing.
Really?
We're not into
Yeah,
satay.
really. Peanut butter and fish.
You
It's
fucking
pretty
like,
works
so
surprisingly well.
you probably would like be able to like make the satay separate and then put it on the fish.
Mhm.
Fucking
Yeah.
God.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Making it like, okay.
Yeah,
might
make it
do
like a peanut sauce.
And it's nicer if you've got some kind of spiciness to the actual fish or whatever you're using as the meaty element. So that the satay sort of gets that funny creamy peanut butter versus spicy clash that's a bit unusual but works well.
So good with the
You need something to sort of contrast with in a way. This would be best.
We'll give it a try.
Fuck, I'm like self-hungry as fuck.
I got some fucking ground beef defrosting in the fridge right now. Beef for once.
You've had one beef with satay.
I don't know.
Works with chicken, works with prawns, and with crab.
You know what's good with pork? Applesauce. And
Really?
cinnamon.
Yes. Yes.
You know what's really good that way is actually doing like a really, really nice, like sort of oak smoked ham with apple sauce in a sandwich. But the sandwich equivalent of pork and apple sauce, it works really surprisingly well.
Mm-hmm.
It
I'm
does.
down for all that.
And if you've ever had feed a baby, if it's the applesauce sort of food, baby eggs is squat of it 'cause it's way too tasty. Pureed apples are fantastic. That's fucking wine fish. The old one for you, one for me. Here comes the aeroplane, except the aeroplane happens to find your mouth as well. Doc, what do the runes mean in your name?
You can look it up yourself, you fucking old.
No, I'm not. I can't be arsed. I'm lazy. I'm
Just
not
copy
doing
past
shit.
through.
I think I am some sort of person with motivation and energy.
Well, like the runes have like letter meanings, but then like each rune is its own individual fucking like.
Oh, they're like more than just a letter. Sometimes they can be like a word or something. Ooh,
Yeah, they're
that's
like
deep.
so like the.
I bet if
when
I
it
just
comes
copy
to,
pasted it to ChatGPT, it'd tell me some interesting shit.
Yeah, when it comes to like the runes, they can either be used as like fucking a language, but they can also be used with like fucking just spamming a bunch of together for a fucking spell, basically. So like as soon as you start combining runes and not using them for a language, and you're just combining the meanings of the runes, that's when it starts doing
whole words with it. Alphabet.
Because the weird thing about it too is there's like rune binding where you combine the runes into one piece, but you can also just slap them next to each other.
You can hieroglyphs they have like letter meaning and word meaning sort of thing, don't they, in a way? Or some of the ones that send down from that sort of thing, some of the pictoglyphs or whatever they're called. No, that's a double thing. I mean, picture. I mean, pictograms or whatever.
One thing I just like about like the runes is that if you fucking look at them, you can really see where our English lettering is derived from.
Well, that's easily cell phone tower. That's how Jesus was actually crucified.
Crucified on the 3G.
And what was that one, please? That looks like it means stop light. And that one is pine tree that grew in Forestry Commission land and so lost all its branches below a certain height. There we go. Yeah, I've translated them all. That was a very red screen you just went on to. Submarine stealth mode for a moment. I used to have my gaming rig set up for submarine stealth mode like that. I had the fan set to red, the keyboard set to red, the mouse set to red, everything was just set all on red. And if I turned the light off in the room, it was like sitting in a fast boot. Fucking sawmill in the middle of the night sounds creepy as fuck. Oh shit, I think I won the game against the Camp Girls. She seems to have given up. Oh well. It's good while it lasted. Like cross between playing chess and fishing. Wasn't much of a challenging one though, to be honest. Hello. Oh, the fucking telephone toy.
Mother trucker, dude! Hurt like a butt cheek on a stick.
And other associated noises, all collected in one album, Best of Discord Burps. Available new from Mattel.
New from Mattel.
Only by phone. Is not available in shops while stocks last only. Hot mums near you are waiting to make you come. My dad is a theft.
Right, I know what you guys are thinking. It was only one time. I didn't mean to click on it.
Guilty to me, guilty as sin. I reckon he did it.
It was AI. It was an AI experiment.
It was my cat. I swear, it was my cat.
I was just testing if the AI could do keyboard inputs, and it just did it.
See, my cat walked on my keyboard.
fuck do you mean 2/get 3 gigs of RAM? That's fucking fuck off.
Woo! I made it! I came out alive!
Hallelujah.
An adventure!
Did you get chased by the rats or something?
No, I just did the stairs and I'm out of breath. Because my heart's not good and I'm getting blood supplying oxygen to me.
But I'll fucking always
You
remember
are
that one day
indicted.
that you fucking got tweaked out.
Memorial of
fucking
Jesus'
dude.
death, Saturday, April 12, 2025.
I remember when you got that big bag of meth and you fucking
There will be a
got
special
so
Bible
tweaked
talk
out.
and truth be found.
He got so tweaked out he was
Learn what
stabilized.
Jesus
His
said about
fucking
truth
gas
and where it
torch
can be
was
found.
fucking holding against his chest, and he was fucking like holding his fucking shaking hands in place by fucking like anchoring it against the desk and pressing it against his chest to hit the torch on the pipe, and he was just fucking still going.
Memorial of Jesus' death. At this important event, Jehovah's Witnesses commemorate the death of Jesus as he commanded. Did he command that? How did he command it? He was dead. How did he command them to celebrate his death if he was dead?
Because he came back.
But then you don't need to celebrate his death because he's dead.
No,
Alive.
he's zombie
Dead.
Jesus now. No, he's just a zombie. He's trying to eat your brain.
We invite you to 2 free events. The special Bible talk and truth be found on the memorial of Jesus' death.
You should go.
I'd like to go with wearing a t-shirt saying Jesus is dead.
Boring! Boring!
So he's
Entire
gone.
time.
Jesus is dead, so he's gone.
Why don't you shut the fuck up?
Boring. Get over it. It's time for the refreshments yet.
Oh, we've heard this before.
It sucks, Christ.
This guy got this God guy's a real cunt.
What a cunt.
No, not funny.
Did Jehovah's Witnesses hit people?
I hope so.
You think?
I think if there was
Oh,
enough Jehovah's Witnesses and enough not Jehovah's Witnesses in the area, that would hit you.
Oh, you're at risk of a not Jehovah's Witness hitting you on their behalf. You get those sort of fucking idiots who do things on other people's behalf.
Yeah, but they usually get wasted by the people that they're doing it on the behalf for. That shit's
Oh, that's
always
good.
funny.
That's nearly worth it.
That shit's
I mean,
so
for me
funny when
going
you
down,
see like
and then
some
down with you,
fucking...
I think that's actually a good deal.
My favourite thing is when it's like a white lady defending like niggers and they're like, you can't say that around my black friends, and the black people are like, we don't care, shut up.
Yeah, why would they?
Is it feasible to root one of these phones? Is what I ask myself every fucking day now.
Which one's the gaming ones?
It seems fucking like the Asus's fucking anal faggots, and they've locked the fucking bootloader.
It also strikes me that it's not so much is it possible, but how much effort is it, and that's got to be a bit of hassle to do one of them, surely.
What fucking autistic person wrote this bash script? Like,
weird.
It's like, let me see, set number. It's a 1500 line bash script to use Kitten, which is an extension to the Kitty terminal. Turn PDF is a bare bones inline PDF with DJ View viewer. It currently works on iTerm 2.9 or later, Kitty, and very badly in terminals that support lib6l. It is a ridiculous hack, but it usually works for me. It's the like...
No shit, it's like a 1500 line bash script. It's kind of...
Yeah, and all it does is it auto-converts a PDF to images and then uses that to display it. Oh my god.
Write some proper code in a real language if you're going to do 1500 lines, plus use it to plug something out. Jeez.
Okay, turn PDF, download.
I'm assuming
I think you just started and got kind of deep into it and couldn't like go back. They just like committed to halfway, just like shit, I can't back out now.
Okay. What's it? Sorry, what the fuck's it actually doing?
So it's it is displaying a PDF in the terminal. Yes, and it works.
There's a neat trick. It can't take that much to get a PDF in the terminal, or does it do all like the images and all the printed lines?
No. Like it literally is like you can like I have it in my terminal. Like you need to directly basically render the image yourself, because it's a terminal. It doesn't have graphics capability.
I'm thinking, why don't you just take the text out the image, like extract text and show the text? Surely that's good enough.
No, you're basically you're building it from the ground up in the terminal, in a sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, Kitty, the terminal has an extension system called Kittens, and there's a Kitten for doing images because it's a GPU-based terminal. So because it can do images,
then if it can already do the images bit.
Well, because that's what this script does. This 1500 line bash script is it converts a PDF into individual images that you can then display on your terminal.
It seems unnecessary though, fundamentally, doesn't it? It's got to be a better solution, just fundamentally, on a raw level.
The better solution is don't demand that you have to use your terminal for PDFs.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, there's no other solution if you're doing it
some
through
other way,
terminal.
you've got some issues.
Yeah, there really isn't.
Unless you want the fucking terminal to do something else, like you have to fucking do some fuckery there. Everything can be terminal, mate.
I just don't know, and it didn't appear what I expected. That means somewhere there's a loose O. Where is it?
This is absolutely cooked, and I love it.
I'm gonna give myself a fucking headache, or I need to look at something that's not fucking headache inducing.
I've already managed it. The computer's a little too long today. Full of stims and not quite managing to rest enough.
Stims and fucking illicit use of the computer.
I'm not doing anything illicit today, actually, very weirdly. Well, rarely, and for strange, I'm actually doing some really boring, straight vanilla things. Very legit. I probably would have been at it a lot more fervently if I'd thought something and listened to do in the same genre, whatever the word is. It got me more fired up. Underscore makes it go italic. Underscore and underscore goes red and slutty and nothing rhymes with italic.
Alec Baldwin.
This makes me happy. He left a little bit of commented out code here in the main section. He was using logging level debug and then he changed it to logging level warning to commit it, but he left the logging level debug like just above it, commented out. I do shit like that all the time.
I would comment out shit. Well, I did for a bit, and then I look back on what I was doing, and I was like, oh my god. Oh dear god.
Okay, what? Invalid escape sequence?
Commenting out is fucking handy if you're going back to your work though, goddamn.
Yeah. Sure.
I've discovered the fantastic thing yet again that things like ChatGPT will neatly just, you can dump it into them and say clear out the comments after without writing an entire script. Just remove all the crap from this now. I want to tidy it up, ready, release something.
It's like when I'm using ChatGPT, one of the prompts I'd give it was like, when I'm asking for code, do not give any explanation whatsoever, just give me a code block, nothing to do with the explanation whatsoever.
What's the neat part? You can say to it stuff like, remove all the debugging comments that are commented out, but leave in the comments for structure, or leave in the comments that describe the sections, but take out all the other junk comments and stuff like that. It can work out from a crappy word description how to do what would take a whole bunch of effort to write a script to do. Will you tell me how the fuck you can make an easy way of writing a script that knows whether you want to leave in things that say section 1 part 2 but remove this just means a junk thing commented because I'm not doing it anymore. If every single one starts with a different phrase or a different wording or something, they all start with hash or slash slash or something, it can be a royal pain.
Shit, this is even more suspect as a document. The Bluetooth SIM shit still. It's fucking... Every single one of the documents that I keep going through, it's like, this is used in case you have a cell phone inside your vehicle. Or a cellular cable device inside your vehicle that doesn't necessarily have a SIM card or access to it.
fuck, I've got a word. Name for universal numbers, sort of, that are things like gravity or the fine structure constant or Planck length. Fixed things that are always the same everywhere and always a set number and like they are what they are. What's an umbrella term for them?
Nigger.
Universal constants, perhaps? What things actually are universal constants as opposed to vary with locality and shit? Oh dear, I'm not really good at that. Supposedly speed of light.
Kankeneker.
That one was always quoted as amazing that it happens to be what it is, because if it was a tiny bit either way, the universe would either fall apart or collapse or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like the value of how much it takes to hold hydrogen together or something, I forget. There's some number that, like, if it's a tiny bit off either way, or there's a number of hydrogen atoms in the universe or something, if it's a tiny bit off either way.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I remember. Fuck. What was that we were looking at that talked about that?
What is that? Is it the number of hydrogen atoms?
Well, it has something to do with like there's this really delicate balance between like hydrogen atoms and how they collide and whether they like form to make like water or something, or they just end up blowing up.
Just enough that it happens, but not so many it happens too much or something, isn't it?
Right, and it just so happens that like that statistically they bond at just the right like likelihood that it doesn't go in one direction or the other, and it's in balance.
What is the particular feature?
You know, I think it was in who was that girl, that lady physicist who does the YouTube channels, and she had a video talking about how water is or H2O is the universal solvent that allows life. And I think it was in that video that she talked about this very thing.
Yes. The overall under the universe life. As we know it, just plain. No, that's not P, that's a bracket. That would exist. That would get the answer I want out of him. He's good at interpreting my blather. Stable enough to support structure, long-lived enough to allow galaxies, stars and planets. If the total density had been even a tiny bit different in the early universe, slightly over the critical density, universe collapses, slightly under, universe expands too rapidly from out to come. That's the beastie I was after. So what is it? Density of what? Matter. When it's actually flatness. Oh, that's why it's weird that the universe works out so nearly bang on flat rather than toroidal or these other things that are flying at level. No, it's not. It's not toroidal saddle flat. It's another sort of flatness, isn't it? But it's funny because when we measured it, with the figures we get up, it's nearly damn still bang on flat. It's like 1.00015 or something around 1. I think crazy. It's so near. Cosmological constant, ratio of electromagnetic to gravitational force, mass difference between neutron and proton, and strength of the strongly good force. That's the sort of bunch of examples I wanted. Beautiful. Good work, GP. Gets it every time. Jeez. Like that. Funny pointy hat symbol. Comma space. Ratio of electromagnetic gravitic force. Copy. Faster. Paste. Next. Mass difference between neutron and proton. Copy paste. Space. Copy paste. Comma space. You can do it if you put your mind to it. Strong nuclear force. What are we doing up there, computer? Universal value. Conference. Ratio.
So over the last year.
This is a video about
It's fine. Check constant. Reasons constitute there. Currency. Trade effect. Fine. Balanced. Finds. Revealed as emergent.
Like they're like actually like Actually, yeah. wave is dead.
I remember just constant, absolute terror, and I can't explain how intense, how strong, how all-encompassing that terror is. Unless you do this, you're gonna get killed. You're gonna die.
confirmed.
confirmed.
I'm tearing up the cattle. My 1980s semi-red lights and with the barrel. The buckshot on my lip is what it beats, so it's a flavor. The sound of metal breaking down. I don't get your fucking tone. Digging up the roots, yeah, searching for an answer to the question. Who cares about what you think of a metal? You know, press against your face, you found yourself alone. I got no right to have your back, just you and me inside the fucking brain.
I agree, there's little paper squares. You must need us to feeling a little rattlesnake. Inside my veins and send away, you'll leave me trying to find anything that keeps us in me. Love to entertain me, the idea that we'll need them pain is saying is all I will need. It's not human, but also sing the flesh below the ass. Lights moving fast, I'm tearing up the cattle. My 1980s semi-red lights and with the barrel. The buckshot on my lip, this what it beats, so it's a color. The blood that's leaking from your lip, we're going on a fucking trip. Take a sip of methods in your looking pale and shit like this. My hand into your wrist, so you remember who it is. Reach my weapon to a bitch, I'm rising from the ashes. Walls pointing at me, shouting frozen, this is how this fury is.